let's hop back into Factorio. So at the end of the last stream, we got our blue science packs running. They are being made, they're going to the labs, and we're ticking through that research, which is great. The next major project will be whatever the next research pack is, which I'm guessing is purple. Looks like it. So once we've got advanced material processing, we'll be able to get purple packs, which we're going to need to set up chains making rail, electric furnaces and productivity modules. That will all go in this space here ultimately. We've got quite a bit of research before we're doing that. I think the first job on the agenda is to expand solar power in our grid over to the east. Go pick up the accumulators and expand that. Checked in again on the achievements that I'm hoping to unlock on this run. Turns out there's only 3 of them, so it's not going to be too complicated. Making lots of iron plates, making lots of green circuits, and the solar power one, which turns out was a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. Good afternoon, Tato. Nice to see you again. Hope you're well. Some brick as well. Put some roads in. So the solar power achievement actually requires very little power. The only thing is you have to run exclusively off solar for an hour, which is probably why I haven't got it before. I just didn't leave it running for an hour before connecting some other kind of power. So we'll get it so that our current base requirements are all supplied by solar, and then I'll cut off the bit of coal-fired that I've got. Doing good. I'm doing very good, thank you. Despite running late on the stream last night, I've managed to sleep okay and feeling fine this morning. We're using about 21 and growing, 22 megawatts and growing. From memory, each of these rows of 4 is 1 megawatt, so that should be 5 in that block, 5 in that block. So 2 more full blocks like this should be... No, 3 more full blocks like this should be good for our current needs. Then need to expand it more for growing, I suppose. So we're going to need more medium electric poles for sure. Maybe I should grab some bits and make some grenades to clear out these trees. You can just do a lot of chopping, that's also fine. Remember the lights as well. Gonna need more of them. Need them on the grid as well. How did I... Look at that. Follow the same pattern all along or I'll go crazy. Finished that research, which was speed. There's another research speed we can do with the packs we've got. It's not really necessary with our current situation to have the efficiency before we do the other research, but it is best practice in my mind, which is why I'm doing it. We're not going to have a shortage of resources on this map because I've made it easy on myself, but they're quite spread out, which is going to be fun. We're going to might be able to do the next science pack with what we've got, and then after that I'm imagining it'll be about the time we need to massively overhaul a railroad network to get out and get more materials. But I'm not entirely sure. I'm not sure what goes into the other science packs. I haven't played since they did the science rework. So that's 3, so 2 more like that before the next road. Yeah. Then road is straight away, so that's just going to go between those 2 poles. This will be the edge of how far we need to go for now. I want to unlock all the blueprints and robotics before. I'd rather just do the bare minimum amount of solar until I get the robotics and blueprints to expand this, because this is very slow building. Not that I'm in any particular rush, just particularly interesting building the same thing 1,000 times over. Poles already, we're going to have to go back for more steel? No, more iron. Lights go there and there, and over the road like that. Okay. More trees in the way down here. Got that one. Like so. The top there as well, I guess. Can work that out when I do the next cells to the north. panels. Let's fill in the accumulators. That should be 20 megawatts. Yeah, should be. Is roughly what we're using. So I'd like to put another block in up the top for just in case. I'm going to need more poles to do that, so let's run back and get the iron. More poles and more lights. Spare iron here, hopefully. Yep, plenty. Got the 20, which is what we need. We can disconnect the coal now. That. Turn this to go the other way. Might as well feed in with where the rest of the coal is going. We'll leave that to run its course and make it easier to clean up, I guess. Nah, let's tear it down. Move the roads around a bit as well if we're not going to have this down here. Look at that afterwards. Don't think we're going to need any. Don't have space in my inventory to tear this apart as well. Some things into storage that we don't need right now. We don't need pumps. Don't need those boilers for sure. The old drills. Let's come back here before we build anything different. It's a bit of space. See a few of these other odd bits and pieces out into machines that are going to use them. Sulfur. Nowhere that wants it. Hang on to that for now, I suppose. Never mind. Those cliff explosives we don't need to have on hand. Probably make myself a car or something. Particularly good at driving them. Do tend to end up throwing them into walls. Feel a lot safer running around on foot. Some of the sulphur in here while we're here. Oh, actually, it's used in the blue packs, so we can dump it into those machines. It's interesting that we're not feeding all of our labs with blue science. It's supposed to be being made in equal ratio to the other packs. Could just be the thing we're researching uses a lot, but then the others should be running down a lot quicker too. Not sure. Explosives, that's what I'm putting in there. Okay. Start taking more of this grid apart down here now. This might be the only line that's feeding down to where we're getting the oil out. Let's go check that as a priority. Repair that so it doesn't take up an extra space. It is the only line, okay, so we're going to need to build this up the other way to connect it in. Go. Signs, so they should be powered now. Leave these roads for the time being, but we will come back and move them later. Too many explosives, okay. Make another trip. We should have the pieces we need to do that other solar block now, so let's do that. That'll clear a little bit of space. Finish tidying up afterwards. That's interesting. Clear down a few of the iron bits on the fringe. We've still got 2 million there, so not going to run out anytime soon, hopefully. Okay, so the full block's going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in between. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then one the other side of the next road. So let's go like that. Yep, let's fill that in. There's a big forest there. This is where we're ending for now, but that is going to be an issue. Hole to make. I can't use these explosives, can I? No. Okay. While placing some down, that'll free up a little bit of inventory space that we can use to chop down the trees and make our way from there. disconnected all that coal-fired generation, we should get the achievement that I'm missing an hour from now. I'm sure an hour from now I've completely forgotten about it. Research is about to finish too. That's exciting. That's the last of the lab efficiency we can get with our current packs. We need purple for the next level. So our next research, can't do any military because I've not set up the black packs. Might want to do that next, actually, thinking about it. I suppose to unlock purple packs, so I can start looking at how we create them. So we need the next level of smelting first, then the purple packs. I have researched well beyond that by the time we actually get purple packs up and running, but at least we get to start laying the chains out and stuff. Ah, I've done something wrong here. 2, 3, 4, yeah, I've gone too far up. That's supposed to be a road. All the lights that'll make it more obvious when I'm supposed to stop. With extra panels, we can further. I would like to make some grenades first. We'll blow that whole forest away and then we'll keep going. Something's wrong. These are all one too far over. I can just put the spares back in their boxes and we'll return to solar when we need to. That's 36 megawatts of production. That's more than I was expecting. Because I was expecting 25. Okay. It's fine, this means each cell makes more than I think it does. It's not really an issue. The ratio is still fine to the accumulators. Consumption at the moment, ignoring the accumulators, is 16 megawatts, so we got plenty. At least for now. Concerned about that ratio. It suggests something's wrong with the blue production not being fast enough. Check these machines aren't complaining about anything. Doesn't look like it. They're just running. Inputs are plenty fast enough for the speed of the production. Some of them are not producing. Backlog of engines up to this point, and this guys are all happy. So no. They're producing at the speed they should be. Put those accumulators back as well. Which I think I'll need a box upgrading. I think I need to put a wooden one down over here. Yep. Okay, so let's go finish tidying up those last bits to remove from the coal-fired power. That'll give us the coal I need to handcraft some grenades. Which you could do with upgrading grenade damage, as I remember last time they weren't destroying the trees in one hit. What would I need to do that? Stronger explosive. I would need 200 military science packs. Maybe I should add military science packs permanently to the research zone. I should. Let's finish stripping this belt back and then take a look at that. Okay, that's tidy except for the road. Military science pack requires wolves, grenades, piercing rounds. It's quite a variety of things. Interesting, actually. It'll need coal. Belt the coal or I belt the grenades. Probably coal. It might be used for something else, I guess. I think I'm running... Am I running coal over here for... Yeah, for plastic. So I could do the military science packs here. Actually, that's a pretty good idea because the stone bricks for the walls are here as well. Okay, we'll do them here. We're going to rebuild everything at some point anyway. They don't need to be perfectly logical. We'll need to do some math though, which is definitely my weak point still. So we're currently working on a basis of making, is it 12 packs per second? It's easy enough to check. We've got 12 machines doing blue. So 12 machines doing blue are making 24 every 48 seconds because they're half speed machines. It means they're making one every 2 seconds. That might have just revealed the issue I'm having with the ratio, because I thought it was meant to be faster than that. We've also got 12 machines making Green. That is, yeah, one every 12 seconds, so 12 machines, one per second. We're doing one per second, and I don't think we are with the blue ones. To do one per second, we'd need 24 machines. So first things first, I want to increase my blue science production, because I've got that wrong. "24 machines. Giving it half speed each. I need a notepad to start writing this down. 24 blue science machines are running the recipe so it's at half speed, it's 1 pack per 24 seconds. Means 1 engine unit per 24 seconds. 2 engine units make 2 packs every 48. 1 engine unit makes 1 pack every 24, so 1 engine every 24 seconds times the number of machines. So we need 1 engine per second as well. Okay, that makes sense to me. In order to make 1 engine per second, we need 10 full speed machines. We're working with half speed machines, so we need 20. Yeah. So what I've got now is the correct ratio for what I've got here, not the correct ratio for what I wanted. I want to double the engine output. So let's mirror that line down here. We're going to need more machines to do that. Four in total. This isn't big enough for all my junk. What's that? Okay, I've unlocked purple science now, but first we need to fix the blue, and then we need to get the black that I was working on. So let's look at other things I can research at the moment. Improve our oil. Needs doing as well. Let's get it researched, and then we can look at that. Add it to the to-do list. Fix more grenades. I'll just move them to the bottom of the queue. Rail furnaces and modules, so rail isn't complicated. Furnace should be okay if we've got enough spare red circuits after the blue production. And modules are the same, just more circuits. We may not have enough circuits. But we should do if we improve the oil going into the red circuit production. Probably. We will find out when we reach that point on the to-do list. This row is just mirroring what's above it. A gears, A pipes, and a bunch of engines. We're going to need to split off the iron to feed them. Done perfectly, but that'll do. inserters in. Ah. That's a problem. Feed these onto the same lines, it will save some hassle. So how do I get... Well, that one's simple. Need to get these gears to the far side of that belt. Is not as simple. Extend that underground. Go underground there, I can't turn around. I'll do something different with the both of them. That's going to output to there. I'll move that over one. This will work. It will. Could move there. Let's just move that to a slightly tighter position. They're both feeding onto there, and that's all looking good. The steel is then can come off the same line. Just need to sort out some inserters on this side. Going to need more long ones. Next step of research. Nothing specific here that we are using immediately. Inserter capacity we are using for some coal coming through the rail. Mining productivity is probably the best thing for us to get. No rush to progress because we're still got 2 science packs that we are not producing, so they're our kind of priority focus at the moment. Belt needs to go one further. Then we need the outputs of these to go join the other ones on the other side. Work. So the extra 12 machines making science packs that we need can also just feed off the same belts. Hopefully, should be. The recipe's so slow for them that shouldn't have any issues. The inputs are good enough. That sulfur input might not be enough because I didn't do the maths exactly on that. Just using the overflow from the battery production, which it was excessive at the time, so it should be fine. Need to set the recipes. And get the outputs joining with the other ones. To be fine. Do mean don't need to balance that anymore. That should now be the correct amount of blue. That's problem number 1 solved. Let's go start next stage, which is black science packs, military ones. Some machines for that, so let's queue some extra ones of those up. While we're here, let's empty more junk out of my inventory. Need steam engines. Should do. Okay, so on the same basis, we're talking about getting 1 pack per second. The recipe creates 2 packs per 10 seconds. Which means in grey machines they're making 2 packs per 20 seconds. Which is 1 pack per 10 seconds, which means 10 machines would make 1 pack per second. So it's 10. Let's write that down. 10 machines make 1 pack per second. So we're going to have 10 machines making the packs at the end. We're going to need to feed in a whole bunch of stuff. Let's start with walls, they're a bit simple. Feeding in 2 walls every 20 seconds. Which is very little. What's the wall recipe? It's in military, isn't it? There we are. Wall recipe is 1 wall every half second. But we're in grey machines, that's 1 wall per second per machine. We require this is the step of the maths, I'm getting through it slowly. We require 2 walls every 20 seconds, 1 wall every 10 seconds. On 10 machines we need 1 wall per second to feed them all, so that's 1 wall making machine. This guy here is going to make wall. And then this guy here is going to make something different. Let's say piercing rounds looks complicated. Let's look at grenades then. Grenade recipe makes 1 per 8 seconds, which is 1 per 16 seconds. One grenade per 16 seconds per machine. We require 1 per 20 seconds. That's 1 machine again, isn't it? Am I crazy? We make 1 grenade per 16 seconds per machine, and we require 1 grenade per 20 seconds. Then making 1 per 16 is faster than what we need. I don't want to fiddle around trying to get 4/5 of a machine running. Definitely not. So it's just 1 machine of grenades. Okay, and then piercing rounds. So the very least we need to make a firearm magazine and then turn it into piercing rounds. Adds a little complexity to the situation. In terms of the actual piercing rounds themselves, it's 1 per 6 seconds per machine. We require 1 per 20 seconds. per machine. I've missed that on the grenades. We're going to have to go back to grenades. That's not right. Yeah, okay. We require 1 per 20 seconds times 10. We require 1 every 2 seconds. Therefore, we need 3 machines making piercing rounds. One per 2 seconds. They require an equal number of basic magazines, which are produced quicker. They're produced 1 per 2 seconds. Well, the ratio there is 3 to 1. 1 to 3. So we need 1 machine making basic to 3 machines making piercing. It's just grenades I got wrong by a factor of 10. So let's calculate that out again. We need, or we make, that's the first step. One grenade per 16 seconds per machine. We require 1 grenade per 20 seconds per machine. Got that right? Yep, I've got 10 machines, so we require 1 grenade every 2 seconds, which means we need 8 machines making grenades. Yep. Let's put them in their own row of 8 machines. Move these ones down. Yeah, okay, turn these into grenade makers. That feeds 10 machines, unless my memory's failed me, that are making actual science packs. Ooh, really burns your brain thinking through all that. Though it is fun, I must say. May sound like I get frustrated trying to work through all the maths, but I do actually enjoy it at the same time. Okay, materials we need to supply. Stone, brick into there. Copper and steel and iron. They're all going to come from the bottom, so let's flip them round. We need iron for grenades and for magazines. So that can go in with a long arm. That can be the iron supply. Coal is going to come in off the top because we've got one up there. So we find the maths in Anno just as bad at times. Yes. The basis of Anno is just like the timing, right? Everything's in 15-second blocks. That's dead simple. It's like, I need 2 things at 30 seconds, 1 thing at 15. Easy. But then you add in the time it takes to move it between 2 islands, for example. That is still confuses the hell out of me. Or if you've got like a trade union or harbour master or any of those like people items that affect the ratios, make them different, it soon adds the complexity up one at a time. When I started that Anno playthrough, it gives you the option, do you want to have like all of the tutorials or none of them? And I really wanted a middle option that was like, I want some of them, but I don't want to constantly be getting distracted by basic tutorials, so I went with none of them, and I don't know if that was a mistake, because some of those more complicated things is difficult, really difficult. This is going to need, yeah, coal coming down. Okay. Let's bring the coal over. Yeah, Doglands I haven't even got to yet. Go on YouTube and Twitch, I've watched. He's giving, yeah, it's actually, typically speaking, in-game tutorials are generally utterly useless, and some guy on YouTube or Twitch with 1,000 hours in the game is going to get that information into your head a lot quicker. Start moving some of these things. We want bricks. It's a little awkward. Send them through here. Next things to research are all just stuff that I'm not particularly using right now, but we will need at some point. Just work through them one at a time, I suppose. No particular priorities. Been playing Anno since 1404. Only grasped some of the. Yeah, that's. I think that's very fair. I've not been playing 1800 long, so probably maybe like 5 or 6 hours ago in 1800 I'd have said 1404 is a better place to start. But then as I've got more into 1800, it is actually a lot more accessible. I think 1404 was great, but it didn't really help a lot. I didn't get as stuck into it as I have into 1800. And then the ones in between are, 2070 wasn't very different to 1404 at all, and 2205 was so incredibly different that it isn't much of an Anno game. Do enjoy it, actually really enjoyed it, but it's very different. 1800's kind of got that classic feel of that 1404 had, for me personally. Okay, let's bring the iron over, and I'm scratching my head about how I'm going to get copper and steel over as well. Squish this in a bit too tightly, but I'm sure we'll make it work. Blind when playing 1404, got better in 2070. Yeah, I agree. What I really liked about 2205 is how it made the numbers obvious. So you place a building down and it immediately tells you, oh, this puts you at like 2 per second above your requirement. So you could kind of just keep placing things without getting pulled away from your town. So obviously in 1800 I'm constantly opening that statistics screen and closing it again and opening and closing it again. That takes me out of the action of the game, so to speak. It's 2205, you just kind of sat clicking and building things. It was simplified, and I think that's people's leading complaint about 2205 is it's too simple. Not my complaint, because I don't mind some simple games in among the complicated ones. Copper I can run down. I don't have steel coming from that direction. It's here. Just split a random line of steel off there, I guess. Let's copper along. That's kind of what I want. A half and half line. Okay, so that needs to output there. Then input into those. Long arms to get those in. So the only real issue now is the output from each of these. That can... send the coal through some underground sections, then we can maybe wiggle it around. Not easily. That one went out there. We can move them over a bit, so that's going to start there. Send these underground as far as I can. It's out. Not quite how it should be. Let's move up one. Might not even work on the other side. Okay, let's not do it this particular way then. Send it out on the other side because there's no extra long grabber. Would send these underground. Output there, just need the bigger power poles. Then there as well. That will be acceptable. I'll put that on the side as well. They are on the wrong side. Let's do that slightly differently. Shared belt with walls and piercing magazines there. Half of it. Research can move on. Transport belt, need iron. Let's scoop this lot up. On this side we've got the inputs needed here, so that's iron and coal. So let's run over and grab some out of the machines. They shouldn't be readily available. Having fixed the blue ratio, I see, that's fine. I don't have the optimal number of labs for the amount of science I'm creating. So we do have a good backlog of what we need here. Come out there. They're going to want to go upwards. Ah, that's a good point actually. Which one do we want on the shared belt and which on its own? They require twice as many walls as anything else, so walls should actually be on their own belt. I'm going to put all of the magazines on the right side, okay. Well, this right is just one machine. Balance the sides of it. So I want the grenades to be on where those walls are now. That's a little awkward. We can move it down one. Should do the job. Yep, just need the outputs. Shouldn't need to balance it, I don't think. It's best practice to 1, 2, 3, 4, so 5, that's where the balance should go. Good spot, I might as well just run it down adjacent to the sulfur. Anything, need more iron. Let's empty this inventory full of coal into those machines. I don't want it all, okay. Empty it wherever it will go. It's better. Let's. Some other stuff I don't need might as well go into. Okay, so at this point, do a little crossover. That with the other junk. These want to go to the inside of the next one over. That'll do the job. Oh, they're already here. Good. So that means we can research things that require military size packs as well. Don't think I broke anything, so it should just be all good to go now. We've unlocked blueprinting. Good. Ah. Sudden blackout of the base. That new production chain is using too much power. Okay. We're going to have to go expand solar as our next job. Grab any spare grenades if there are any. Yeah, a few there. Solar panels, take the bricks in later. Gonna need to make a bunch more electric poles though. I haven't planned for is putting the robo ports down. So we can just take one small cell out every now and then as needed. That'll be fine. So the panels are up at the top here. It's definitely off about the ratio I did there. Definitely got that math wrong. Not enough circuits. No big deal. Ah, that's not what I want to research, is it? Now that I've got the black packs, I want explosives damage. How bad was that shortage? There wasn't a shortage, according to this. Crazy. It's like a minor fraction of a megawatt shortage. No, because there's accumulators. Accumulators are being charged by 8 megawatts. Interesting. Got the right ratio, so should have lasted all night. So there was like a spike in electric usage last night for some reason. It's possible. One row in up here before we get the grenade damage upgrade, and then I'll go clear that forest out. As well, I need them. And 2 or 3 more grid blocks of solar, and we can do a little ad hoc robot production. Start doing the next set by robot. think robots are going to need lubricant from memory. Might need to go sort out oil with the more advanced recipe next. It's okay, just a load of hand placing and stuff is not thrilling, but I'm in no particular rush, just keep plopping them down. I do still need the speedrun achievement. So the 5 achievements that I'm missing, 3 of them I can get on this run. Which is what we're aiming for generally. I also want to launch a rocket on this run, which I don't need the achievement for, but I've not done it since version 1 was released, so I would like to launch a rocket on this run, get those 3 achievements. And then I need the 2 awkward ones, the speed run and the one where you don't do handcrafting. So I'll do separate runs for those. Might try and do the speed run in a single stream, because I think the achievement's under 8 hours. So we can do an 8-hour stream and get that one done. Where you don't do any handcrafting, ought to be quite easy after that. Should be able to do that within 8 hours as well. Stronger Explosives hasn't finished because of our power issue. Happened again. Interesting. Over the last hour. It's the accumulators, that's not the issue. Electric mining drills are spiking. Kind of makes sense. For example, that coal that we attached to make the grenades wasn't moving so fast before. It's definitely moving faster now, so that coal patch in the north that is supplying that could be spiking. So we caused that blackout. So we just, just need more power, but hard to tell how much. Well, that says 12 megawatts. That can't be right. They're producing a lot more than that. Oh, that's each. That's not the cumulative. Okay. It's the 12 plus the 7.5 plus the 3.5 and so on. There's the stronger explosives done. Should be able to destroy trees with 1 grenade. Yeah, good. Hopefully without damaging power poles. I've run around the edge, yeah. Safe enough. Peaceful mode, so I don't need to worry about angering the aliens by removing trees. for another couple grids. Let's just keep going and might as well use up all the grenades I've got. This solar farm is going to need to expand a long way in the end. Unless at some point we use nuclear power instead, or after getting the achievement switch the coal-fired back on somewhere. I'd rather just use solar. It's easiest to maintain because there's no input. Talking of the achievement, been running on solar only for the last hour, so there's one done. 2 left to get on this run now. How many more grenades have we got? Am I carrying? Yeah, all 57, okay. Keep going until they're all cleared out. Some cliffs up here as well, we might need to... Plenty of cliff explosive in storage at the moment, but the more we expand the more I'm going to need them, so we might need to rebuild the production chain for that, because I did tear it down. Myself up. There's all the grenades used up, and a nice big empty set of tree stumps. A couple more cells in them. I'm half expecting we'll have another blackout tonight, despite putting about 6 megawatts, I think that is. Do more skipping the military researches. We can actually do them now. I don't think there's any point in any of them. If we want a Spidertron. Not particularly. Energy shield might... Can the high level one still save you from a train? That could be useful. I don't think there's much there that we really need, but it's good to have it available in case the situation changes. With that, not researching things that use the black pack will eventually solve our power supply issue on its own, because that production will create a backlog and stop consuming electricity. But not sure how long that will take, so expanding this is probably the better option now. Then I'll look at oil as the next thing to go look at. The top should have just enough poles. You're lucky. Yep, and then get these lights put into place. That's that road. Over, okay. For all lights. Should be it. Hard to tell with all the stumps there, but it looks right. Let's queue up next research and let's start placing panels. There should definitely be enough power. When these are in place, I wouldn't expect to have any more blackouts, at least until we set up whatever the next science pack was. Purple, I think. Yes, the last column of panels. Still got loads made. The accumulators in. Be all good. Doing something different after this because my eyes are getting lost in the grid. Oil will be interesting. Need to look at those. Cracking recipes to get more petrol in. All of them, okay. So it's just the roads that are missing. I'm not particularly fussed about putting them in myself. Hopefully that is enough power. Put the spare panels and accumulators back into their boxes. Supply of big science packs looks so slow. Ah, actually, so do the red and green now, that's good. If everything's in equal ratio, they should be. All the belts should be looking equally empty, which they do. The accumulators back, and then what materials am I going to need to work on oil? Let's check for any odd bits that might be helpful. Pump jacks aren't required, that's already maxed. Pumps could be, chemical plants could be. Offshore pump might need water. Not sure. Definitely going to need more of just general stuff, steel, iron, copper, a few stone bricks might be required. Oh, I forgot to put that in there. Random little production of red belts just in case. Should be enough in the pocket. Yeah, let's head south to where the oil is. Before we start looking at these maths, it would be a good time to take a short break. Refill that drink, stretch my legs a bit. So I'll just leave my man sat here. Just be 2 or 3 minutes to take a wander and rest the brain before we get into this. And I'll be back shortly. Okay, back from a brief break. Let's dive into some maths. So what we've got at the moment are 3 pump jacks feeding 13 refineries doing basic oil processing. We now are capable of doing advanced oil processing, which involves adding water, giving us more petrol as well as heavy oil and light oil. We can then crack, using water, heavy oil into light oil and all of the light oil into more petrol. Except we might want to keep some heavy oil to make lubricant, to make electric engine units. Which I believe are, well, I can tell, that goes into a flying robot frame, yeah. Okay. All sounds pretty complicated. Let's start with what we've got. So we've got 83.6, 75.4, and 103. Productivity plus 20%. So is that 20% on top of the 83, or does the 83 include that? Let's go with the number we can see in front of us. 83.6 plus 75.4 and your 103. 192 oil per second. Add down. Somewhere to start. So refinery runs at 1 times crafting speed. The advanced oil processing is going to take it's going to take the same amount of oil over the same time as we're doing at the moment. Well, that makes that easy. It's 13 machines. So it's only the cracking I'm going to need to do the math on. Okay. So these 13 machines then, problem is getting the water in. Require more space than we've got in front of them, so we're going to need to rearrange them, or rearrange this entire space. Let's take this road out of the way. To begin with. I think we tear the whole lot down and start afresh rather than doing it bit by bit, trying to maintain supply. We just have to run out of petrol, I guess, at somewhere. It's the road gone. Let's cut out that oil supply. The oil that's in the tank. Done. Output is full. I'll lose a bit of petrol then. Never mind, no big deal. What's in those tanks? These, just so they're not getting in the way. Okay, that'll do for now. To get water and petrol into 13, I could run them across more, or I can turn it all around. I think across is a good idea. Let's take this over as far as we can to that point. And rebuild the refineries this way. Do. Last ones aren't quite in the right place. It's better. Get some lighting in there. That connect these, so all the right hand ones are presumably going to be oil and the left hand one's water. That. Do we want to go one further back? And go one further back just in case, like that. Try that. Load the recipe in one of them just to make sure that I'm getting left and right inputs the right way around. Yeah, it is water on the left. We're going to need more pipes. Careful, keep overwriting things that I don't want to. There, so we just need to connect. Do I need a pump? It wouldn't hurt to pump the oil into those pipes. It's probably not necessary at all, but why not? Or doesn't reach, okay. I have one power pole not on the perfect square grid, and I'll just have to live with it. That makes sure they've got solid input even at the end of the row. Then we need water as well. I want a separate offshore pump for the water we're supplying to the trains. Possibly. I don't have any storage tanks, let's build some of them. The gold pack as well. It's made from... Whoa. It's made from all sorts of complicated stuff. Cool. That'll be fun. these into those lines as well. Actually put the recipes in, of course. Definitely going to need to clear this little section of trees out of our way. Extend the power grid in front of here. Good, they are being well fed. We can extend this way as well. Just want to join the outputs together and put them into storage tanks. Guess in the middle, but not really. Kind of want to do it down the end. We don't need to pump out of the line into the tanks. Right hand side. So the closest one wants to be the heavy oil. Next one out, light, petrol beyond that. Looks right. Looks where I put the power poles as well, that's helpful. Need even more underground pipes. A lot of them. We might not have enough iron on us. A lot of this doesn't have to go underground. I'm just doing that so I can run around everything without any issues. In fact, I think we'll do these T-junctions above ground. Bit. When I can run there, I don't need to run there, do I? Let's flip some of that over. Oops. Get all these in. And get them connected to storage tanks, and then we'll be working out what we need to crack them. Starts with how much heavy oil are we actually producing. Everything connected. Let's start with a heavy oil storage. Like so. Yeah, I do kind of want to pump it just in case. It's gone wrong there. Oh, they've stopped because they can't output the other stuff. Okay, so gonna need our notepad again. We're gonna need to know the advanced oil recipe there. So working at 1 times crafting speed in the refinery. So we are producing 13 times 25 every 5 seconds. 13 machines, each outputting 25 heavy oil every 5 seconds. That's right. That is, get the calculator out as well. 325, so 65 per second. Cracking is done in a chemical plant, which also operates at 1 times speed. And it takes 40 oil every 2 seconds, which is to say 20 oil per second. So 65 produced, 20 oil, per second used. So if we had also consider what the lubricant recipe is, that's 10 per second. Don't have a nice tidy even number. Then we always seem to have an excess of crude oil, so I might put the 14th refinery in just to make a round number. I'm going to do that. Taking the number as it gives it, but I mean, we can come back later and put productivity into it if we need to, or speed. These tanks were full when it was running off 13 machines before, and that's not changed, so the 14th machine should work. Wishful thinking, but I'm going to go with it, because I think it makes our maths a lot nicer. Although then again, one lubricant production might not be enough. So build a refinery. Some pipes will be needed, for sure. These are all going to move up 1 then, aren't they? Extend the inputs as well. There we go. Let's start that maths again. We've now got 14 machines producing 25 every 5 seconds is 70 produced per second. Cracking consumes 20 per second. The lubricant consumes 10 per second. Which lubricant do you then use for things? I mean, electric engines is the thing I've got on my mind first. That's using... that's complicated. Can't be done in a level 1 machine. So, well, ignoring crafting speed. Can't ignore crafting speed. Won't work. 75% speed, it's too complicated for my brain. The recipe uses 15 every 10 seconds. The recipe's using 1.5 every second. It's actually going to use a little less than that. Let's say it's 2 per second. Still feed 5 of those machines off 1 lubricant recipe. Depending what else we need to make that uses it, it might be that 1 is enough, at least for now, 1 is enough. Let's go with that for now. But we're going to have a problem moving the lubricant. Trains have only got 2 carriages and we need water and petrol. So we're either going to have to pump the lubricant up somewhere or redo our entire train network, which is also on the agenda in general. So let's go for now. We're going to have 3 cracking and 1 making lubricant. Based on those maths. So let's put them that way round. Maybe. That doesn't line up great. Do it slightly irregularly so that it lines up better. This guy's going to be making lubricant. These guys are going to be cracking heavy oil. Can't put them adjacent to each other. So let's do that in a different manner somehow. There's no good way of doing that on my power grid. Put them adjacent to each other a few, then put them away underground. Put that one away further. It's unnecessary. I'd rather have messy pipework than messy factories. So I'm going to do that. I'll put them this way round in that case. Some more lights out here. So feed water up here as well. For the best way of doing that, around the outside maybe. Probably. So that as a water input. This is our oil input. It'll work. It's oil in. It needs to be pumped up from the seafront. Put a new one in rather than trying to join them. Should have bought the landfill to do this neat as well, but this will do for now. should then pump out. Yeah, that's probably unnecessary. Let's not worry about that. Okay. That's cracking, so I need to put one in for the lubricant. That'll just take heavy oil in like that. Storage tank right in front of it. Now we're going to move it in a minute. Okay, so that's heavy oil. 70 per second is being created. 70 per second is being consumed. What we are now creating more light oil. So we need to factor both of that into our light oil maths. We're producing it's coming out of that recipe, so that is 14 by 45 every 5 seconds, and we're producing this recipe 3 times, which is 3 times 30 every 2 seconds. Get the calculator back out. So 14 times 45 over 5, 126. And then 3 times 30 over 2, 45 per second. 171, I bet that's not a helpful number. We can call it 170 if we need to. That cracking recipe is, so that's again assuming I've got no, I don't think I've got anything that needs the light oil. So we'll just try and crack all of it. That uses 30 every 2 seconds. A 1 times speed, so 15 per second. 12 machines. Machines. Unless I'm crazy. We can set 12 machines up and then we'll find out if I'm crazy. So how many have we got left? We've got 7, so we need another 5. Building. Need a storage area for the light, which will be there would be best, but can't go there, so over here. Need some more storage tanks. Yeah, I've run out of iron now. So let's, yeah, go like that. That wants pumping into there. Into this side as well. Okay, so 12 machines. They're not going to fit that way around, so they're going to have to go this way, but if they go this way, I'm going to want more space behind them, so let's put them up 1 row. Are these empty yet? No, they're not. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Those 2 can be pushed into them. Give them a bit more time, I guess, to clear out. Line everything else up below it in the meantime. going to need to go and get more iron because this will not be enough pipes. That is all of the research that's just red, green and blue. Okay, we'll just start doing some random red, green and black ones then. To make that run and go get more iron. Let's head up. Hopefully by the time we're back it will have cleared out more of that. Ah, probably not. This iron's a lot closer than I thought it was. They're not actually pulling a lot of petrol out of the train each trip. It's odd. Guess we're not using enough red circuits. No big deal. Definitely be enough iron for a while. We're on one of those tanks. Need to bring some water over as well. Its own offshore pump. No, we're not using anywhere near what this is producing. We'll ship that over. It's the best way off the end of here, I guess. We'll probably need a pump to reach that end. Pull it away from these guys, so kind of want to, I'm not sure if I even need to, but pump that into there and pump off the end. Look at that. Sure it'll work. Ground's probably unnecessary. Do you want some? Try it like that. Same on the back, so that some below ground, some above ground. And then that I would like to pump in as well. Be alright. Okay. Water and light oil being provided. They are cracking down into petrol. Everything is connected, I think. Just need to connect all the petrol together. Probably about extending these with that and then pumping it into them. Join these all together. The output from down here pumping in as well. Okay, so everything should fire up now. We've got, or should have, the right ratios of everything, so we only have an issue because we're not consuming enough of the petrol for everything to flow freely. That should only affect the lubricant rather than anything else, because all of the petrol comes this way. A few more lights around the edges just to keep it illuminated. That ought to do it. Okay, so we're now producing more petrol. That means we're capable of producing more red circuits, which I'm sure we're going to need for the next thing. Things blinking on and off, which is not a good thing, I guess. It means everything's moving quickly. Two options for what comes next: redo the rail network or set up the next science pack. Third option is make some ad hoc robot production and put the roboports out so that we can start expanding the solar farm automatically. Okay, I want to make an entire construction robot. We need a frame and a couple circuits. Circuits are easy, frame is not. So I can make by hand. So the frame is the issue. Batteries, circuits and steel, no issue. Interesting, it's not telling me what machine to use. Just make some electric engine units by manually bringing the ingredients over. That'll get us up and running. It's interesting to see our copper supplies not sufficient. It's moving okay at the moment, but need more copper ore on that belt. Cool. That's another thing on the to-do list. I need to grab a bunch of engines and batteries. So let's see, I've got engines here. Let's take 50 engines. So we'll need 100 batteries. Bunch of green circuits. Let's start just making a whole bunch of them for the fun of it. Batteries are here. That's 108, okay. Good. What else are we going to need? I built that machine, didn't I? So let's plug that into the lubricant storage. To make the electric engine units first. It's going to take a while. Then one of them. How many green circuits do we actually need in total? 100. Okay. How many have I put in? 8 less 9. So we about another 50. Then if we're making 50 electric engine units, we need 50 steel, 150 electronic circuits here. Is there any way I can just go grab 150 electronic circuits out of the middle of one of my production lines maybe? Yeah, there's a whole bunch up there. That'll do the job. It's going to need, yeah, robo ports. Let's build a couple of them. That just used up all the green circuits, didn't it? That many in there. That many in there with the batteries and steel. Ah, that won't work. Don't. We'd need a filter inserter to do that. Let's just Another machine? One's going to make the actual construction robots themselves. If we're making 50, I need to go get 100 more circuits. Yep, that can output into another chest. Got any spare drills? I don't. Let's make some drills and we'll go over to our copper field next. Do a big loop, run past the copper field on our way back down. Ah, it is full there, so we do need a second belt. Or I upgrade all this to red belt. Because I like the spacing how it is. I don't want to move the whole stone belt down one space. So if I take red belt up until halfway, so we've got two smelting cells making copper. If I take red belt up to the first one, it should improve. Hopefully 500's enough for that. Some undergrounds as well. Probably. So the second half here's the point. And some splitters. Or a splitter, right? No, they'll need splitters for the balancing as well. So red up to there. That splitter needs to be a red one. These splitters need to be red, but the input doesn't. If I put another row, then we can do a neat 4-lane. Yeah, if I put another row in, we can make it a little prettier. Might as well. I built the drills, might as well use them. Go this way at the end. They can join. Turn the corner there. These two are going to join there. Then we need a red splitter there. They're coming together, they're coming together. They're going together at double the speed. That underground needs upgrading. That splitter needs upgrading. That one too, and then it can all be yellow. Ah, I've put that in the wrong place entirely. There we go. empty the junk that's got filled into my inventory. The backlog should clear through in a second and we're going to see what the real flow is like. Pretty good, actually, from the looks of it. It's almost a full belt of red until it splits off. Consumption out of this cell isn't very high, but will increase soon, I suppose. Hopefully that means more reaches the one that is being drawn on. Okay, that's the minor copper issue quickly solved. Head back down to our temporary robot making spot. I've got 9 more electric engines to make, a lot more flying robot frames to make. Just done making those engines, we can switch that over to do the same recipe. Bit of manual fiddling just to get it done. Let's get second robo port ready. We'll need passive provider. Yeah, if we put the panels and the accumulators in passive provider, then it should be able to construct from them. Still got 4 full tanks of crude oil, so that 14th was definitely possible. Output full. Warning. So that happened. Petrol isn't flowing away fast enough. This singular pump is... Oh, it's because it's full. Okay. Petrol is full. There's enough lubricant stored up that we're not going to have an immediate issue, so I'm not too worried about that. A bit more engines to make. There we go, last one, so I can take those circuits out. We can now switch that over. Take half of everything. Put them into here. $17 to make there, $17 to make there. It's going to take a while. Let's head over to the solar farm and work out where the roboports go. Because in a way the roboports are temporary, they're only there to build it. Could build it off a personal roboport, just run around. Is an option. Once a sector's been done, the roboport can be taken away. This is just about fitting an entire roboport grid over the whole base. My initial thoughts are the solar farm's going to extend eastwards and northwards of this point, and therefore we're not going to head out in that direction to get things. The rest of the base will extend in a more westerly direction and south. So I won't need roboport coverage to the east or the north of the solar farm, so I won't need robots to fly all the way across the solar farm. That would mean that they're only temporary. Green zone's the construction zone, I think. Or is it the other way around? It would tell me over there when it's supply 50 by 50, construction 110 by 110. Yeah, so if we wanted to build a whole unit, we need one. You need to put one in the middle of every block. Really? Because on the edge it doesn't make it far enough to do the last row. So if you put one in every block, then it's expensive to start with. Let's not then. Let's work on the idea of doing it with a personal roboport. We'll have to run out to build everything, but the distance on that, like 110 by 110, isn't really big enough to interest me. The issue here, what side is going faster than the other? Can I balance that to work? I've got a bunch of copper ore in my inventory yet again. There we go, that's okay. So let's say that roboport's almost done. I'm going to let it build that. We'll need them at some point in the future. What do I need to make a personal roboport? 45 batteries. Kind of armour. We've got power armour, but there's one level above that, which is Mark II power armour. That requires golden science packs. Or yellow. I'm calling them gold, but I'm sure yellow works. 400 of them. So I'm not going to do that by hand. It's going to take a long time, so let's make ourselves power armour. That's going to need a whole bunch of stuff. 20 more electric engine units to begin with. 40 blue circuits. Okay, I need to plug a machine in to do that. More engines. .45 batteries, that's an easy one to do. Need to be able to power it as well. Just going to need a bunch more batteries and a bunch more blue circuits. Okay. We have a bunch of batteries to begin with. Shouldn't need to generate, right? When I'm building all this, I'm going to be within a power grid. Cheap though, portable solar is cheap. I'll leave both of those running just so it doesn't slow down. Can't. This needs turning back into electric engine units, that's the one. 20 engine units. 40 circuits will be needed. Short of them, so just going to queue some up. Keep researching whatever for now till we get the next, the purple or the yellow science packs being produced. And then I need to take a machine to go plug in the sulfuric acid. Just go make one. I've been waiting around doing nothing. The bunch, I didn't work out exactly how many were needed, but it was a lot. Like at least 200 of each. That's not even anywhere near enough. 200 greens only makes 10 blues. Funky. Okay. Them over, I guess. Could put extra machines in, but it's only a temporary thing, don't really want to. To a storage. In for a while. Check on the other ones. That four more of them and 5 more of these. Last one then? Yeah, that's done. Okay, that's finished as well. So there's my 50 construction robots. There's my 20 electric engines. And 40 blue circuits to begin with. lot. So far. Speed by doing that. Go a bunch of red ones to feed that. One of those as well. 50 batteries are needed for that. Exoskeleton would be good. What do I need for that? 30 more electric engine units. That might have to wait. Leave that going for a while, can I? No, need to feed it with more green. Next project, I'm not sure. Could be the rail network, or it could be... Well, purple science is relatively easy compared to everything else, so I think that will be next. Rails, furnaces and productivity modules. Oops, that is not what I wanted. That is. For making, rails, the furnaces and modules will require nothing new. Rails made from stone, not stone bricks. So we would need to feed a line of stone. Currently we've got a little, it's a lot there, but it's a small size. Mine isn't moving much. Got radar up so I can see there. Don't forget that, I'll do that now. So yeah, we just have to split that line and send it up that edge. It's not too complicated, all the other stuff we need is there. Go grab my spare radars. Just want 3, I suppose, for vision. Gap here. the radar down, covering oil production. The last one up north to where that coal mine is. Probably do. And then these missing power poles while we do it. Bit of a long walk. Train's not nearby there. There he is. Front here, I guess. That'll do. Bits and pieces. Just need the 40 units to make the actual armour itself. Which we've got. They've stopped. Grab some more green and keep them going. Sure, we need something else. A few pocket blue circuits would be good, I think. There, like that. Some roboport and a battery. Which can fit quite a lot in there, a lot more than I thought. Battery is not charged, so I might be mistaken about getting power from standing in the electric grid. Grid electricity, so my only option at the moment is some solar panels. Let's make 5 of them to begin with. This research spell's finished. Let's let that happen and then research anything that will improve equipment and stuff, laser stuff, guns, shotguns, capsules, laser turret flammables and explosives, number of followers. No, it does not look like it. Report number 2. Portable fusion reactor, I guess, is what I'm looking for. It's a long way off, so no, we'll have to use the solar. I think I'm just kind of missing iron and copper in the pocket. $10 in total. Waiting for those is a good opportunity for another quick break. Stretch your legs again. It's too easy to lose myself staring at Factorio and forget that the sun has now set and my legs are falling asleep, so I'll just take another 2 to 3 minutes to refresh a bit and then we'll come back and next step is expanding that solar grid another few times, so I'll see you shortly. Back from my break again. Production hasn't finished, okay, but I do have some solar panels we can put in. And produce much. The Roboport is slowly charging, very slowly. We're going to need a lot more. A lot more solar panels to make that work, I think. Unless I am missing another research. I didn't click all of them. If I can find the one I already did, let's see how the chain goes. Got the best battery available. This kind of area, modular armor. Portable fusion react touch. And if we can get yellow science packs up and running, then we can have one. Laser defense, discharge defense, energy shield, Roboport. Second energy shield, no. Portable solar panel. It's just a requirement for everything else. It's not. Got an upgrade. Okay, fine. It is what it is. I think I'd like to make maybe 10 more. What do I need? 10 solar panels, some steel and red circuits. We can just go grab those. Actually, we need to take all of them so that we can actually go and build with them. Confirm that the system actually works. Pocket blue circuits might be enough. For the time being. I imagine we'll need to set up like a permanent blue circuit thing for yellow science. Take my accumulators as well. Ooh. Inventory. Get rid of this sulfur somewhere. Junk we can clear out. Sulfur can go to there. Do I 50 construction robots? I guess they just sit there. I don't put them into. Doesn't look like it. Put those pumps away. I don't need those at the moment. Or the pipes. Gonna need more medium electric poles though, looking at that. Don't need all those transport belts. Use a lot fewer than I was expecting. That box is going to be full. Let's put another box down here. You just in case. Come across something. That's a lot of bricks as well. I guess we're going to need them because they are, strictly speaking, part of the layout. Don't need that offshore pump. Probably don't need those assembly machines, but I am worried about forgetting they're there, but never mind. Don't need those roboports at the moment. Okay. Be okay for now, just need to make more Medium electric poles. Steel as well. Damn. Should be enough to keep us going for a while at least. If it all works. When all this is got out properly, it looks nice. Nice neat cells of doing that bricks very quick. So I want a blueprint. So the road. Does it not care about the road? It's quite right. Oops. Need to go get more stone bricks to proper layout though. If it doesn't care about them, go from there to there. Well enough. $55 poles and 18 lamps for each one. Okay. So this is a solar panel cell. Right. Reconstruction upgrade. Toggle, okay. Blueprint and book. So how do you... Is that different? That creates a blueprint. This just puts a book in my hand. Not entirely sure on that menu that I'm not used to. So I've also got undo, copy, cut, paste, import. Ah, interesting. It's like an actual item. Click to open. Put that inside. Okay. Put it on my actions. Shift mouse wheel changes which one you're using. Okay. Only got the one, but there you go. Okay. Can't really expand eastward at the moment. We need to take those cliffs and trees out first. So let's... It'll be easier if I also take the row beneath, because I'm not sure of that distancing at the moment. I think it's there. But yeah, that would be obvious, more obvious if I... Do I delete that? Click to open. Delete. Okay. Create a new blueprint. This one will include the row beneath. Put that into there. I'll put those into here as well, though it's night time at the moment, so that won't immediately charge. What that bar is 21%. Is that that's the battery? Okay, cool. Okay, so now I can line the bottom row up with the pre-existing one and click. Bunch of robots go out. I guess I can't use all 50 at once with my current stuff. So a lot more medium poles than I was expecting, that's for sure. Let's see how far. If I stand dead centre, it looks like it can do the same as a normal roboport could. Certainly slower than doing it by hand from the current look of it. I don't know. Hard to tell because they're not as methodical. It may well be faster. That appears to be its limit. Okay, so it's a little less than the solid roboport is. But I couldn't be having a roboport in every block, that would be excessive. Maybe with upgrades over time it'll get faster. Should do. You get, there's even like the infinite research for the speed of the robots themselves. Do I not have? Should have enough of everything. Interesting, at least. Nice to have it available. Place another one down. Battery charge is going up even as I'm recharging all of the robots, so that's good. I suppose there's any way of visualising the distance of the roboport. No, I mean it's 30 by 30 is what it says. That's interesting, that's a lot less than the permanent roboport. It said 110, but then didn't look to cover as anything more significant than half of a block. Don't know. I'm sure I don't have enough electric poles to do much more. It's good though, I mean should now have a huge surplus of energy production capability. Looks like it. Just have to hook up a few more things without having to worry about it once these are all in place. Still got tons to go down as well, which is good. We definitely won't be able to do it, or not enough lights, so... Seeing this bottom corner one. Try and get it in. We can, and then I guess head back and start working on purple science packs would be my next thought. Everything else is okay. Ah, it is not. Forgot to reconnect that water storage, which is required for this sulfuric acid and sulfur production. So we'll need to go down and reconnect that. Glad I had a little look around. Also probably need to bring more explosives next time we come out here so we can, I'd say, do another road to the east would be my next step. Anything else I need to check on? Coal up here shouldn't be an issue at all. It's literally just some coal mine. Everything else is not flowing because I didn't pick a new research after I was having a look around. Strip down the middle there with no visibility. The radars don't reach this far up, so it'd be nice to put a radar up top of there as well. Two radars, water supply. And then purple science, more maths. Let's get researching on something, anything. I have enough poles to finish. Okay, that's fine. Put in what we can and then we'll come back later. Because I don't have to stand still while this happens. I could go and manually place a few things while they do some more. Just like if I go and, if they're flying to place something and I already placed it, then kind of a waste. Okay. And that robot come back in so he doesn't get orphaned. Solar panels in there. Two radars from here. where that is. So it's kind of that smelting cell beneath the end of the black science production. This set of steel. We put one a great place for it there will do. Then we can put these accumulators away. Take that other radar up to the northeast. How is... None of the solar farm is covered in radar. That I would quite like to put radars out there. Let's investigate that. If we have, say, on the third cell, so it covers 5, I should hope. The one in this corner. Fit. Moving the power pole means it doesn't get powered. Should have made some power poles to bring with me. Roads are going to be everywhere else. The only real option is to move 3 accumulators out. It's not, you know, perfect. Breaks the pattern, but it's tidy in itself. Don't think there's another option anywhere better to put it. Replace one of the solar panels, maybe. It's only a single panel, so it won't make much of a difference. So I kind of like that idea. It's a 3x3 structure, so it's that corner one with one. Yeah, I like that. So if we move ourselves out of the way and then look at the map to see how that covers, if it's any good. Looks good. Just about meets with the pre-existing one, which is not, as we head further north, that's not going to be a guarantee. So, if you want to move it to the other corner, probably. Height-wise, it's fine. It could go one up. Could go one up. Okay, one up in the other corner. Take this guy here. There. Just hover it there so I don't forget where I'm aiming for. Yeah, that coverage left-right is better. North-south is kind of spot on. It's interesting. It covers 3 below. Oh, and itself and 2 above. Yeah. Right spot. Become part of the pattern. I wonder if I should blueprint that entire thing. Leave it how it is. How does that affect? Still kind of want a random radar here. Make sure we can see everything. Okay, what else was there? There's that water to the south that needs fixing, so let's take our pipes and pumps with us. with refilling my inventory with random stuff. Ah, that's interesting. Those 3 drills have got nothing underneath them anymore. Move them up a bit. Mustn't forget to sort that water out, but I'm being distracted by orphaned drills. We haven't really fully tapped that copper yet. We haven't upgraded our furnaces either to either the electric or the steel ones. So we can still get quite a lot of throughput in the space we've got, hoping it's enough to research pretty much everything. And then we'll tear it all down and build a rail supplied everything. If I'm still interested in the game at that point. That could be a few dozen hours from now. Okay. Pulling more than enough water out of the ground. Kind of want that one to pump into there and this one to cut through. Pump on the far end, it should be coming through at a reasonable rate. Can pump this end to pull it through as well. Why not? Okay, so that fixes the water supply. My mental to-do list is all in a jumble, but I think we're doing well. Fill the inventory with general stuff in case we need to handcraft. Steel, and then let's take another look at purple science. Okay. Rail, electric furnace and productivity module. Rail is all on the right hand side, just needs stone running up. Electric furnace needs stone brick, it's going to be the furthest away. Productivity module 1 is not an issue at all, so main issue is needing stone and stone brick, neither of which are fed to this right hand section. I guess the best thing to do is to feed them there. The way they're not really fed to the middle here, we're so close. We can either put the purple where I'm stood now or above the blue. Above the blue is my preference. Where I'm stood now may end up better for the yellow ones. Possibly. So stone brick at the moment isn't really going anywhere. Let's join them together. Turn this to a pull off. Run the rest along the bottom here. Let's do that the other way around. There we go. Belt, okay. The long-handed inserters, I'm sure we're going to need them for this. that one as well. Over like that. That's not the best. It'll do the job. So it's going to head up this side, and we need raw stone as well. Think of a good way of doing that. Either we're just going to split it and send it up the side of this cell. Then guess. Get too full of junk in the inventory. There's stone and stone brick are here then. Start. Let's look at the math, I guess. This is a complicated one. Can we still, are we allowed to make them in grey machines? Balancing purposes, that helps. Put my notepad out, start taking some notes. So the recipe is 3 per 21 seconds, which means we're actually making 3 every 42 seconds. Which is 1 every 14 seconds. So we want 14 machines making packs in order to get 1 per second. Check that logic again. They make 3 every 42 seconds, which is 1 every 14 seconds, so 14 will make 1 per second. That does factor in the craft speed. Okay. 14 ending machines. So we're then supplying 30 rail every 42 seconds times 14, so that is always going to be a 3. Right. Crazy there. Need to supply it 14 times every 42 seconds. 42 divided by 14, no, other way. Yeah. It's the same as 3. You just play with it on a calculator to make sure. So 30 divided by 42 times 14 is the same as 30 divided by 3. So in every case it's going to be what we need to supply is the recipe number divided by 3. Doesn't sound right, but it's the best I can make sense of it, which means it's a 10 rail per second and a third of a furnace and a third of a productivity module. Those are awkward numbers. Let's say we need 10 rail per second. The recipe for rail is 2 per half second, which is actually 2 per second. So we need 5 making rail. Don't think I need to leave a gap. No? Okay. come in. 5 making rail. Ooh, run out of research that's red, green, black. So it's red, green, black, blue that we're doing now. What are these making? Rail. 5 making rail. Then the other thing is, so electric furnaces, I say we need a third per second. They are made one every 5, which is one every 10 seconds. Which is a tenth per second. So we need 4 making furnaces. The other one's productivity modules, which is 1 every 15, which is actually 1 every 30 seconds, which is a 30th. So we need 10 making productivity modules. Which feeds our 14 making the finished good. What I should do is go open one of those websites that gives you the answer and double check my work. Be interesting. I don't want to use them as a habit, just in terms of checking. If I wanted to make purple research, 60 items a minute, 14 factories making it, 4 or 3.5 factories making electric furnaces, 5 factories making rail, and 10 factories making productivity modules, which require... Ooh, wish I hadn't looked at that now. I got the math correct, so I can feel good about that. Unfortunately, it looks like we're going to need more red circuits than we're currently producing, and we are currently producing a lot. That could be awkward, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. These are the ones making modules. These are the ones making the actual production science packs. Couple machines missing. Wait for those. Okay. So the rails need iron sticks making as well. We've got 5 machines making rail. Therefore, it's iron stick. What does that use? Iron stick is 2 per half second as a recipe. It's 2 per half second. And as a recipe, we need 1 per half second. So we need 3 iron stick machines. Well, 2.5, but can't have a half machine. Furnaces just need things that are being belted in. Activity modules need green circuits. Ouch. So productivity module recipe needs 5 green per 15 seconds, which is a third per second on a recipe level, and they are made 1 per half second at the recipe level. What, the right way around? 5 per 15 seconds, it's 1 per 3 seconds, yeah. Third per second, that's just one machine. If that, less than one machine. So actually let's consider that. We need a third per second at the recipe level. We're getting 2 per second at the recipe level. So we need a third of a machine. Getting 1 per half second. So yeah, a third of a machine, which means we only need to supply 1 copper cable per half second, and they come at 2 per half second. So we can't even shrink it small enough, but we can do 1 copper cable to 1 green circuit, which is inefficient but covers us no issues. Just want to start a research and then swap them round, I guess. Yeah. That. Either way. Like that. Okay. We need to bring iron in both for circuits and sticks. Copper in just for cable. Power, that might as well go there. I will use fast inserters for that. Long inserter there. These need maybe fast inserter. Just move that over one. So that's an awkward location. Let's just do that. It's good enough. Ooh, out of undergrounds. Gonna need a few. I need steel, both of those as well. So I don't really want to feed it underneath, I want to feed it in the middle. In which case, let's move copper to the other side. That's iron into there. This can come out this side then with fast inserters, why not? Need to balance the belts. We need steel. We also need to bring that stone into here. That's a little awkward. Little awkward. Okay. Those are being made. So that's steel into the furnaces. Which I'm just going to long insert into these, I guess. Stones. The issue is a stone coming in takes away the last belt location, and we haven't got these going out yet. So really we want the stone to share with the sticks, and it's on the wrong side for that. As we feed it all the way in, loop it all the way around, it's all a bit messy. Can't really share there's no option, can't really share the steel, so let's cross under there. Pick it up. Can't really see any other option, no. Okay. Take it under them all. Feed it on. So then we just need a rail output, which is quite a lot. They're going to need balancing onto a single, I think. Which you don't really have space to do. Just balance it at the end, keeps it moving. Have belt again. There's rail. Done-ish. Wait a minute. Why was I making green circuits? Oh, for those. I just lined them up in the wrong place. That's okay. Or it's no big deal. Be a bit interesting. May have to juggle that around a bit. These need, they've got the steel, so they need bricks and circuits. Circuits is what they need the least of. Steel and bricks is the same. There's nothing good to share, but the recipe's slow enough that it shouldn't matter. We'll leave the steel unshared because it's being used by the rail as well. We'll create a shared belt of bricks and red circuits. That needs to go down here, I guess. May not have enough room. Maybe squeezed for space. It might make sense to move these to the end. I have a vague idea of how to do it. We'll see how it comes out. They're going in. Then let's imagine that we're going to need more red later, so we need to split off. That's going to go under. It's all going to go like so. Doesn't need to go that far down though. Like thus and out. The long handled. We're probably going to need to share belts with these kind of things. The end, a lot more rail than anything. Okay, so electric furnace is going to be shared on the belt with those red things. It's not the prettiest. It might work going the other way with what I've got in mind. No, let's move that up on. If we can get the underground. Yeah, we can. That's fine. Okay, so my idea is to move some of these where it's going to be overlapping down to here. That. See if this is at all possible. We swap in some degree. That need to be that. Then it's complicated. That instead. That is going to be the cable. Not quite bridge that gap with a single inserter. That needs a long-handled 4 iron. This is going to make the green stuff. Fast inserter 2. Like that, I guess. Move it over 1. That's going to be the outbound. I need red 1 as well. This is a really slow recipe, isn't it? Very slow. So they can share. We get the red 1. Ah, we got red ones there. Okay. It's going to be a bit weird, but too early to do that. I want it here. Not sure if that's ideal, but it's not ideal. I can see that. I'll take the red ones. We want them to share the belt, so I'm going to send them all the way down to rejoin there. It's in and out. In. No. Out. And in. It's not ideal, but it's something. Junk have I got built up? Too bad. Okay. Bit short of iron in general. Has that? It's worked in essence. They're just not started yet. By the time this one finishes, that single green machine should be reaching the end of the run. I'm not confident it's going to. We'll give it some time to wind up and... no we won't. The cable isn't coming over smooth enough. It's usually 3 to 2, so you need 1.5. But we don't need a full machine of green circuits, so it can run short. It really does not look like it's going anywhere near fast enough. May have to revisit that maths. This is what they're making, and they are making 10 of them every 30 seconds. 10 machines at half speed Each machine is making 1 every 30, so we're making 1 every 3 seconds in total. Making 1 every 3 seconds in total. I do have it wrong. My maths was based on 1 electronic circuit. It's 5. We need 5 every 3 seconds. And that makes 1 every second, so we need a lot more. Okay. We're going to need to do this different, probably. We need 5 every 3 seconds, and it makes 1 every second. Then we need 3 machines. 2 machines? No. Let's get a calculator. 5 every 3 seconds is 1 2/3 per second. So we need 2 machines, which in turn need 3 copper cable machines. Which won't fit in this section. We can move 2 of them over. It just needs steel routing round. Let's give it a go. It's a little messy, but I think when it's done it'll actually be neater than adding a whole extra row on. That would be a lot simpler to add a whole extra row on. Let's do that. Yes, let's do that. They can stay there. These do not. Let's cut all of this off. It's in that spot though. We might still make the circuits down here. We're just going to add an extra row for the actual modules. That's fine. So those are fine at the top there, and then we're going to put the circuits down here. This does need to move back to where it was. These are going to be 3 making cable, 2 making circuits. The iron doesn't come this high up. Those are going to be 2 making circuits, and these are going to be yes. Make it work, I'm sure. Output can't be done on a fast circuit, there's nowhere to put it, so the output, unless we do a wiggly wiggly with some underground. Can we do any wiggly wiggly with underground? No, because we need those long handled. Or not really is the answer. So let's the bigger poles in. We'll have double outputs. But if we could balance it there, which we can't because we need the input. Red belt is an option. Akita, welcome. Welcome to the chat. Nice to see you. These are going to want double input. But the output is an issue. Can't have double output, so let's go underground here as well. Get a fast output there. So what are these? It's a copper input. Let's pull off a copper. Copper comes in, goes into those, goes out, goes into those, comes out. Okay. So these need moving up a row. These are going to be 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. I'm missing one. Deal with that in a minute. These are the modules. It doesn't look like it should need the extra gap, but we just won't get the inputs if we don't. How big is the base? This is the base so far. So we've just starting, or almost finished setting up this purple science. So we've got all the others at the moment, red, green, blue and black. Big solar farm is started and will expand out this direction gradually. That's the only power source we have at the moment. This row here is all smelting. Coming off the starting spots. I'm playing on quite, well, very easy settings really. So that's a row of smelting. The only thing that was too short from the starting is coal, so we've got the closest coal patch hooked up with a train supply. It comes in here, and then we've got our closest oil supply also on the train line, coming in at the same point. So these are things that need oil or coal to process, and then they're fed along to meat at the bottom where all the smelted goods are coming into the science. So at the moment, I would call that quite small as far as Factorio bases go. But there's a lot more that can fit here. Like the smelting's still on stone furnaces, so we won't need to expand much for quite a while. But ultimately I would redo this rail network, make it bigger. Very organised, thank you. I need it organised. If I don't have it all in straight lines, I lose track of everything. But yeah, everything's straight lines, few roadways, so that I know kind of which direction to run to get to stuff and things like that. And I also build on these, people have commented before, the square power grids. Okay, so these need red and green. Red and green. I'm going to pull red off again. I need them equally so it can be shared. Doesn't need to be, I suppose, because we've got spare room now. As well, though. You two. Electricals. Yeah, I can't. Can't be having any spaghetti at all. Let's join that one to that one. I don't know, it's just one of those games, isn't it, where if you lose track of what's going on, you lose track completely. You have to kind of start again, so keeping it organised is important. So inserters into them. Rail is on its dedicated line, so these need to come out and head up. No biters, no. playing on peaceful mode. So no biters at all. I don't find them fun. There's no real reward. All it does is add to the challenge of having to control your pollution. I just don't want to do that, so I've disabled them. The belt again. It's a plan. Well, the overall plan is 3 things that I want to do. 2 of them are achievements that I should have unlocked by now and haven't. I've got like approaching 650 hours in the game and don't have them all. So I need the one for producing lots of iron plates in a minute or whatever it is, in an hour. So I'd like to get that. I need the one for green circuits, whatever it is, however many million that need to be made. So I would like to get that achievement. And I'd like to launch a rocket because I haven't done that since version 1 was released. Well, most of my hours are in, like, it's 0.17 where most of my hours are, so I haven't played since the version 1 release. I'd like to get the completion of launching a rocket. But that's not to say that I'll stop when those 3 are done. That kind of depends on how I feel when we get there. It might be that I just continue, and then the objective will be build a big base, because that's always fun. Shorter term, I'm just getting all of the science done. So I've unlocked purple and yellow, which I haven't got running yet. So we just about got purple that we'll add in, and then start looking at yellow science production, just making them all in equal ratio, research everything and go from there. Let's get this hooked in, and then it's 5 PM GMT now, which is my stream finish time, so I'm going to get this connected, and then that'll probably be end of stream for me. I do want to check that this is working first. I'm missing something on the rail. Thought I was. Let's get that connected. It's down here. Split that actually.
Greetings!
Peter, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. Splitting this because I feel like the volume they want might require some red belt doing into it. Shouldn't do because it's 21-second craft time, but 30 rail each time is a lot. Without even saying it out loud, I'm pretty sure we will want red belt and fast inserters. But we can deal with that when it comes to it. Let's get this connected the other end and then go from there. pathway is taken. We're going to need to go the other way. Next stream of Factorio is on Thursday. Thursday at 2 PM GMT. My next stream will be on Tuesday. I don't stream on Mondays, but Tuesday, and that's also 2 PM GMT. That'll be to play City Skylines. Next week's a bit of a weird one, or this coming week is a bit of a weird one for me. In general, what I want to be doing is streaming 6 days a week. That'll either be from 2 PM or from 6 PM, 5 PM, 6 PM. But next weekend I'm not around, so I have to deal with that. I'll put a schedule out before the end of tonight, so you can check the schedule page here on the channel tomorrow, and that'll tell you what's coming in the coming week. Okay, we've got 4 science packs already, so we need to do that thing. Where am I from? I'm in England, in Suffolk County, in east of England. I've seen it before. You kind of go underground on this side? Ah, no, I know how you do it. This moves away one. That will need to move away one as well. Easier if I do it up a bit. Like that. It's a bit of a maze. It's going to take a while to work this out. And then that one round. There's only 2 more colours, purple and the science as well, the white one. We'll have to redo our entire lab structure before we do the white packs. So this one now wants to go just onto that loop. I'll need inserters on this side. It's cool, we've got purple science hooked up. To research all sorts of useful things now instead of weapon damage increase when we've got no biters. So I do just want to make sure I don't forget to upgrade this. We're going to go with red. I think we will want blue even at some point. I need to go and make a special batch of blue belts just for this. Splitter is needed. So that should flow better. There's no backlog at this end at least, which is good. We'll see how that goes. Good. Okay, I'm happy with that. Purple is up and running. Well enough for now. Lots of other things got done today. Solar farm got massively expanded. The coal-powered stuff got taken away. Oil got moved over to advanced oil processing, which is still doing well. We did black science. We fixed blue science because it was wrong, and then did purple science. That's a good stream, I'm going to say. Let me save the game there. Make sure we keep it safe. And that will be all for today. Thank you very much for joining me, whether you've been joining in live or whether you're catching this later on a VOD, if you're catching it even later when the VODs move over to YouTube. Appreciate you watching. Thank you for being here, Tato. Really do appreciate it, genuinely. Thank you if you've followed already. If you've not followed already and you're catching this, please do follow. It's helpful, and please do join us sometime. Like I mentioned a bit earlier, new schedule will go out by the end of today. You have to see what's coming in the week. And I do hope you will be able to join us at some point. It would be lovely.